Loop.
I'm dressed so common sense, place a battery on my tongue, try and recall all of the feelings I know. Plunging anchor to a thought, harbor all a lady joy, drift weightlessly and out of the void. And I cuddle velvet wrapped memories of childhood, sorbally bracken and calm.
Hello. So, before anything, just if you're ever curious why I play 2 songs, it's because the VOD mutes for like the first 5 minutes, even if the first song's like 2 minutes. And I had to step up. So there was 2 songs there I didn't really get to mention. The first one is from the new Prince Daddy album, which I think it's just self-titled. But really good, weird pop punk song. The second one was from the new Psychedelic Porn Crumpets album, Night Gnomes. If you like King Gizzard, listen to Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. If you like funny names for bands, also a good reason. So, like the last few streams, I'm still using my headset mic. Let me know if the quality gets terrible. It's been kind of hot as hell over here, so I have my AC unit running, and I have like a full-ass box AC unit in my room, so it might be a little loud. I can turn it off if it gets insufferable, but then I sweat. So, yeah. Funk, do you let the music come to you, or do you actively look out for it? Like, the music I'm into, I use what I like to call the spider method, which isn't a real thing. It's where I find a band I like, I look at what bands those band members are also in, I find friends of that band, and I kind of just spiderweb my way out from one band to, like, all relevant bands. Like, does this band sound like this band? Do they share a member? I just try all the bands, listen to their albums, and when I like something, I bookmark it. And then I repeat the process. Sometimes I just try random music. I just listen to stuff I wouldn't usually. I've been trying to find punk jazz recently, and I don't know if it exists, but I want to hear, like, the Prince Daddy guitars over, like, a Frank Sinatra piano. And I haven't found anything yet. I'm just trying random, like, Spotify playlists. And there's some fun jazz, and there's some fun punk in it, but there's not any good jazz punk. I don't know. If that's not an existing genre, it should be one. That's an example of just looking for a music that you maybe don't already listen to. I know the Tapeworms. The Tapeworms. I'm looking this up right now. I can't really sit and listen to a whole album, but I'll, like, see if you're right. Okay. Kind of like a shoegaze vibe. I mean, I'm gonna bookmark that because I like that music. I don't know if that's... It's one song, so I can't pinpoint the exact thing I'm looking for. But if you vouch for them as that genre, or just a good one, I'll listen to it. Yeah, the official Spotify playlists don't usually land. The ones I look at are, like, curated by people. But even then, some people, like, I don't know, I'll be looking for indie jazz and it's all pop stuff. And I'm like, I don't see indie or jazz in this. But yeah, I think I'm ready to boot up. Funk, will you ever try making TF2 in Minecraft again? I think it'll happen. I don't have any plans right now, just because it's a lot of headache and work. I think next time I'm gonna slam my head against that brick wall, I'm gonna get some other people to slam their heads against it with me. And by that I mean I'm probably gonna find someone who knows more about redstone and command blocks, and I'll see if I can maybe commission them to get the mod working for me, and then I'll just work on the map. Yeah, I want to get it working. I just didn't have trouble. I did have trouble. I didn't have success with it. I'm just gonna go ahead and jump in the game, but like always, I'm usually eyeballing my chat a lot. By the way, if it matters to you, I changed the sub emotes from, like, the pixel bombies to just a little isometric one. I think it's cute. Not a big change or anything, but I know some people usually, like, get confused when they see it. So, if you don't know what this is, it's Minecraft, but with Terraria everything. Terraria items, Terraria generation, mobs, blocks, you name it. So, I did a little off-screen organizing. I haven't gone and got new items, but I moved all of my crafting stuff over here. This is where my chests are. I just moved it. The tree is still here, but the sound isn't. Mic test 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna turn the game up, but tell me if I start getting drowned out at any point. If you know Terraria, you know this interface pretty well. It's very on point. I'm noticing a few differences, mostly just content that isn't there. I don't know what the name of it is, but in Terraria, you can make like a little slab to stand on and fall through. But you can't make that in here for some reason. There is rope though, so I've just been using rope to climb up and down. Platforms is the name. Yeah, I don't know if platforms exist in this game, or in this mod. I haven't found them yet. But there is some cool stuff. The hammer does turn stuff into slabs and a cursed triangle. Unfortunately, it doesn't work upside down, as I learned trying to make upside down slabs. Stairs? I mean, probably not, but a rope is essentially like a better stairs. The chests aren't supposed to be see-through. There's a couple bugs with the mod, but it does the job. And where I last left off, I went mining, or caving, I guess. I got a magic mirror, which is basically just a free teleport home, so I don't have to use my recall potions. I got a bunch of tungsten. I don't know what to compare it to. I don't know if that's like the diamond of Terraria, but it's a pretty good ore. I need to get a better sword. I need a better sword than the one I just got. So I'm probably just gonna go caving again. I don't know if this is gonna be my permanent base. This is kind of just where I panicked and made one. This is it so far, nothing fancy. And I planted a lot of trees. I'm learning that Terraria trees grow really fast. So, one little issue. Nighttime is absolute fucking hell in Terraria, way more than Minecraft. So it's easier said than done to go find like a cave right now. And you can't sleep to go to the morning. So I can either dig straight down, which is a tactic in Terraria, or I could wait for the morning. Depending on my items, I could maybe expand my base, but I still don't know if I want to commit to this base. While I'm here, I'm going to do a little crafting. And probably start bomb mining straight down. Tungsten is the 5th strongest out of the 20. Oh, okay. 5th strongest. There's not even a comparison, because Minecraft has like 5. Or is that 6 now? I don't know. I'm just gonna make another banner. I don't need it, but I don't know, symmetry or something. I agree, Sage. Trans rights. I can make a sticky bomb, apparently. I don't need it, but I can. Yeah, so I don't want a stranger moving into my house, so I'm not going to put down my furniture quite yet. I still want to make something else. I don't know if hell exists. Somebody asked if I dig straight down, will I eventually hit hell like in Terraria? I haven't tested it. I definitely don't have enough bombs to figure that out. But I am silly enough to try. I don't know where I want to, like, build a cave, though. I think I'm gonna have to make a little extension in the house. It's a bald zombie. Ew, its head fell onto my block. You know, kudos for them adding extra animations for the zombonis. Here's another cool thing about Terraria. 3, 2, 1, boom. All gone. I have something cool planned, or like fast, a cool mining plan, but I need like coverage because this. It's just really painful. That's good enough. I just think boars are funny. I just think they look funny. That's kind of the extent of the boar joke. I don't know how far bombs reach. I'm gonna find out. Pretty cool. I'm gonna waste all of my bombs on this. I like the idea that I'm slaughtering my own people to accomplish this goal. Yeah, so that's what bombs do. They explode. If you didn't know. I mentioned it in my Discord. I don't have any plans for it yet, but I'd like to at some point to commission more 3D models for my videos. A lot of it's just props and stuff, but I also feel like it would help to have other characters. I'm not trying to build a universe. I don't think they're all going to be bomb people. But I've been thinking more about how, like, you know how, like, storytime YouTubers, they, like, draw people and then talk about people? I know, they're really fancy, high industry. They get to have more than one character in their video. The rich get richer. I've been curious about that. I know, like, 2 years ago, I drew up a bunch of other characters. Sort of bomby-esque, but not bombs. One of them had, like, a flask for a head. Like a magic flask. So, probably something along those lines. Make a drone character? Like a pilot drone? I don't like its head is a drone, but it has a human body? I'll think about it. This is a mod, it's not a texture pack. The items have functionality. Everything is Terraria, it's not just looks. I mean, rope doesn't exist in Minecraft, so there's no equivalent there. I mean, I guess there's... What are those called? That thing. You know, the thing. Those things you build with scaffolding. But it doesn't work the same, exactly. Yeah. I did build a couple things in my house. I don't have glass yet, but ways to know when it's daytime. Technically, I don't even need the rope, because I have the recall, the mirror now. Only, I need to be able to get back down without pancaking myself. So maybe not. But I'm gonna try it now. Oh, got daytime. Okay. I'll keep working on this whenever I'm stuck in the house, but right now, yeah, I don't really want to commit to the hellhole quite yet. So, yeah, I'm just gonna go out and look. So I do D&D on Wednesdays, and I like to share kind of the highlight of it with my stream. My party almost team wiped 3 times. The first one is hard to explain. So there are these enemies that don't fight, they just guard a door. But for every round of combat that passes without us opening the door, they basically just level up. and we didn't know that. So we spent 12 rounds just like fucking with these door guards, just poking them in the head, like pushing them around. So they were like level 14 or something. And we just decided to kill them before opening the door. And then our DM said, if you had opened that door 1 round earlier, your entire party would have wiped. And your campaign would have been over. So we kind of gulped at that. The second time we almost wiped this session was when we were fighting a bunch of things in the hallway. Or no, so the mage in our party sat on a chair that was cursed, and it made them paranoid that the rest of the party was going to kill them. And this party member has a necklace of fireballs. So he pulled a fireball off and almost threw it at our party, killing all of us. Luckily, we knocked him out. Someone's saying grab the sunflowers. But I'm bad at multitasking. So we didn't die to that. The third one, I think, was the most interesting one. So we have a bag of holding, which is just, you know, a little TARDIS bag. It's bigger on the inside. It holds a lot of items. And at the end of our quest, this guy gave us another bag of holding, a second one. And my character, who holds both bags, decides he's gonna put the bag of holding in the bag of holding. The smaller one into the bigger one. And so, I didn't know what that meant, so I thought it would be funny to put a bag in a bag. So I say, I put the bag of holding in the bag of holding, and my DM face palms.
I used the bed to carry the bag.
So, I'll reveal it in a second. So, one of my party members, thankfully, she knows what's about to happen, and she latches her hand out to grab mine. And she fails the throw to stop my hand. And she gets poisoned because I'm a grung. Luckily, my character isn't an idiot entirely. So he stops before the bag goes in the bag. And he's like, what? What's the deal? And my party tells me that if you put a bag of holding into a bag of holding, it violently explodes into a black hole of, like, astral aura. And it either kills everyone nearby or it teleports you across the astral realm. Basically ending the campaign. And definitely killing a few people in the process. So, we were one bad roll, or me just committing to the roleplay and just saying, like, he continues from the entire campaign completely ending. And we've been running it since January. So, months of work. And that's the third way my campaign almost ended yesterday. And I think that's probably the interesting parts of my last session. There you go. So I'm looking for an open cave. I have not been lucky so far. And honestly, maybe I should have kept my bombs for this. Just because of the way mine entrances work. I know it's painfully slow right now. It shouldn't be later if I'm putting my trust in the dev. But yeah, I didn't do it. Thankfully. New D&D video? I don't have any D&D content planned. That's just a hobby of mine. There is something D&D related I want to do, but it's not, I don't consider it content. It's just sort of my ADHD creative brain wanting to pick up another project. I don't know how much I want to say. I mean, I don't care about, like, sharing the idea, but I almost like the surprise. I want to write, I don't know if book's the right word. Maybe a story, a short story, that has D&D as an element. But it's not like, doesn't take place in D&D. Okay, I'll share it with you as on 2 conditions. One, I'm gonna yell out verbal copyright, this is my idea, don't steal it. And everyone in chat has to agree not to take it. If everyone agrees not to steal my idea, I'll share it with you. Okay, but I need to see everybody. A couple of stragglers so far. That's not good. You're gonna take it. I'm gonna choose to believe you're joking. Alright, I can work with this. So, I want to write a thriller novel, or script, maybe, about a group of people, a group of friends, let's say, that are doing a D&D campaign, but the DM is stalking one of the players and keeps writing stuff about their real life into the campaign. And he starts, like, trying to predict events of, like, somebody's following you in the campaign. And more and more further into the plot, it kind of unravels and, like, it becomes apparent. Like, it's not immediately known, maybe, to the viewer, but later into the read, you realize, like, oh shit, the DM's, like, fucking crazy. It's like creepypasta. Yeah. Again, everyone agreed to not steal the idea, and the people who didn't agree, I made a verbal copyright. Sounds like I'm more dangerous than you. Okay. I'm gonna have to do some research. But yeah, I don't know when or how I would do that. I haven't tried it yet because I want to play more D&D, because I don't want it to be one of those superficial stories where they're like, I'm a cool novel because I mentioned D&D, and they don't know shit about any of the mechanics. So they're like, the adventurers walk into the forest and then they cast Charm Person 14 times in a 1 hour radius. No, I want it to be authentic D&D writing. And also authentic character writing. So, I'm waiting to play a bit more. And know the, know 5e more, I guess. I mean, it could be any tabletop, I guess, but 5e is what I play. I have bad news. I ran out of night mode torches, so be ready to turn your flux on. I cannot believe it's this hard to find a good cave. It is not this hard to find one in Terraria. I like this mod, but I might start compiling a little list of, like, tweaks that I would be curious to see. It's not like a super niche mod. I mean, I don't see big Minecrafters talking about it, but I've seen a couple videos with like 1 million views of people playing it. Is this video game? Yeah, it's live. I'm playing it. Funk, have you heard of Steve Jackson's Sorcery? No, I haven't. Sorcery? I'm trying to find the hole I came out of. But like a C-section newborn, I'm having a little trouble. For the most part, I think ropes are a pretty common resource in Terraria, so it's kind of purposeful to just spam it when you're leaving, if you need it. Yellows. I forgot to keep track of where my base is, but I have the mirror, so I'm not worried. I think I can go as far as I want. Damn. This would be a lot easier if I had a sprint. Like, that's the one thing that kind of bugs me. Chase the... Herb bag. Herb bag. And grenades, apparently. Actually, I should kill jellies if I see them, because they're how you make torches in this game. Okay. Like, all of the chests are by the front of the cave, but there's never anything at the bottom. And I can't tell if it's like real Terraria, where the cave is deeper, but it's, like, disconnected, or if the generation genuinely just kind of stops. And I ate through all of my bombs, so I don't even know. So here's, like, baby bombs. No, these are weapons. Great. Cut a hole in the wall? Well, that's the thing. It's not like I mine that fast. And bombs are kind of the most effective way to quickly clear out. You know what I've learned recently?
Have you thought of using F3 to get your base chord so you don't have to try to remember?
I could, but I have a button that just TPs me there, so do I really need it? Also, it's right there. No, that's a different base. Whatever. I learned recently that apparently Cube World is still being updated. Wooly occasionally relays information to their Discord. I mean, don't take my word for it that it ever becomes anything, but supposedly Cube World's development isn't totally dead. It's just mostly dead. I don't think they're ever gonna add back house building, which hurts. If you didn't know, at one point Wooly teased the ability to build a house in Cube World. It wasn't a building game, but you could build sort of chunks of a house and customize it. And nothing ever came of it. Shurikens, grenades... Okay, nothing crazy yet. But I'll take what I can get. I like your videos. Could you explain your production process a bit? Yeah, I mean, I can. Actually, I posted about this in the Discord earlier, so I'll show it on stream. I need to go grab the GIFs that I posted. So, before anything, the way I animate, it's like pretty industry standard. I do keyframing, which is just blocking out the main poses. I do in-betweens, which is the poses between poses. Then I do face posing, which is like the mouth moving and stuff. It's not that big of a difference, but this is an example. This is the spin. This is the blocking stage, so before I do any of the physics and stuff. And then this is like the final version of it, where I add the smear frames, the cloth physics, and the face posing, amongst other things. And you can kind of imagine that with every clip that I do, where I block out the main motion and the main camera movements, and then I kind of add in the details. So the way I do it, I mean, there's no one way, but generally, I get a video idea, I decide how it's going to be structured. Is there going to be a lot of animation, or is it going to be more of a B-roll video? If it's more animation, I write the script, record the voice lines, start animating. Once the animation is like 95% done, I throw it in my editing software, and I add all the non-animation stuff, which is the photos and videos that already exist, the pre-recorded stuff. Then I do the audio pass, which is the, you know, sound effects, noises, music, if applicable. Then I render it and make sure that everything looks right. If it's not an animation video, kind of like the State of Movement shooter stuff, or if it's not a lot of animation, like it's just the head animation, it's a similar process, but you kind of just cut out the animation part. But there's no hard rule for me. I just do what I think works. I want to grab the tungsten while I'm here. Maybe the iron. How long on average does it take you to animate? I don't keep track, but I think I had like 100 50 hours in SFM for the last 2 weeks when I was working on the last video. So I would say maybe 100 to 150 hours, but the last video is the longest I've ever taken. Usually it's way less. It's probably like 20 to 30 max. I just kind of put a little extra elbow grease in this one. It's very dependent on a lot of things. And that's just the animation, that's not the whole video. In general, it probably takes me about 3.5 weeks to turn a video out, start to finish. Like, the total time of work condensed down is probably 2 to 3 weeks, but that's maybe over the course of like 3 to 4 weeks of work, I would say. And that's not, I wouldn't even call that a healthy turnout. That's only me working. That's just me kind of hyper-fixating. Because when I get in grind mode, like, it's hard for me to turn my head away from it. Like, I go to bed thinking, like, I just want to work on this. I just want to get that last part done. Which, in one way, is, like, good drive. But I don't feel that in between, or, like, when, like, before I start working on a video. Before, it's like, I don't want to start, that's too much work. But once I start, I'm very invested in it. What's the best way to support you without money? If you leave a comment on a YouTube video and like it, that makes it more likely for other people to see it. I think that is probably, like, the gold standard of, I want to support a channel or a person by interacting and not, like, monetary. Just interacting with the content. I stream because I like talking to my chat, so it's not, like, if you want to support here, you know, just laugh at my jokes. You don't even have to laugh, but I don't know. Any level of sort of interaction, I value. It doesn't have to be money. You don't even have to laugh at a joke, but, like, I don't know. I think that's probably the best answer I can give. I didn't say anything funny, so I feel like you're kind of bootlicking, but I do value the effort. Can I pay you so that I don't have to laugh? No. Oh, actually, there's one other way. Free labor. You could just, like, edit for me and not take payment. If you're down, if you're an animator and you want to work without pay, well, you don't need me. You can just go into the industry. Never mind. Okay, I might bail on this and just wait out the night. You know what they say about mining at night? I don't have to say it because you already know. Just if you're curious, I planned to stream yesterday, but I ended up... Oh my god, there's so many stars. I didn't. Because I got really deep into a scripting session for the next video. I haven't decided yet if the next one is going to be like my longest script yet, or it's going to end up like 3 separate videos. Because it's basically State of Movement Shooters 4, if you count the last one as 3. Which I don't. But I don't, there's so many fucking little topics that I've kind of compiled, and I already gave people such hard whiplash on the last upload. I'm a little nervous about getting more comments of like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying, but good video. I want people to like the video and understand it. which is a lot to ask. Either way, I got a lot of writing done. A problem that I often have recently, I don't like being overtly negative in my script. So, like, sometimes on my first passes, I, like, know exactly what I want to say, and then I read it back, and I'm like, this is so scathing. Like, why am I being so doomer about it? So, a lot of script is written, but I'm probably going to have to revise it a few times. Okay, thanks for the seizure. Anyways, that's what I ended up doing yesterday instead of streaming. Is that supposed to be Sweetheart Sweet Light in the thumbnail? I don't know what that is. But let's say yeah. Let's say yeah, I intended it. I'm lying, but no. Alright, I got a lot of mana and nothing to use it on. I didn't intend it, but the thumbnail for the last video kind of ended up being inspired by the Adventure Time, I don't know what they're called, the intro flashes, like where they show the name of the episode, and it's like in a really cool painterly style. I didn't intend it, but I kind of ran with that when I started feeling it. A title card, that's the right word. Yeah, it's essentially a title card. Very fast speed. I'm gonna make a tungsten bow, because to minimize my fighting. Thank you, Flame Reaper. Yeah, I want to be proud of my videos when I put them out, so I appreciate that. I think if people that aren't into the subject, a gesture arrow, that's... Huh. When people that aren't into a subject that I talk about are like the video still, that's a big confidence boost for me. I think one of the hardest things to do as a creator is sort of impress people outside of your field. And I don't know, it just feels really good when you kind of do it justice. Like, I have friends that literally, you know, graduated in music. Like, went to college for it, that know so much about it. So I heavily value their opinion. When I make a video about music, if they liked it, that's a huge load off my shoulders. And when I hear from other people that I might not know personally, that similarly might like it, even if they don't know anything about music, I don't know. That just makes me happy. I got another chest I might as well throw down. I'm trying to be orderly here. I don't have an exact system, but I've got like my weaponry one. Don't know what an herb bag is. Probably a bag for herbs. Let's get a block bag started. Oh, that's a lot of dirt. I'm holding on to that. Special items. There's that. Shine potion. That might actually come in handy if I run out of torches. Swiftness? Ah, that could be good, actually. Because, God, I fucking move slowly. Have I thought of making fighting game content? Technically, I made the Fighter Z video. I don't know enough about fighting games, and I try to not talk about subjects unless I've done my diligence, my due research. If you want videos like mine about fighting games, heavily recommend Leon Massey. Great friend of mine, makes really fucking banger fighting game content. Like, he's made videos talking about the stage of fighting games, about the combos of fighting games. Really interesting, specific subjects about it. Would recommend. If you're into Smash, I'd recommend Awesome Sauce. Or Melee, I should say. He makes, like, fucking god-tier Melee content. I don't know if I ever plan to make my own. I could see it happening, but I would have to get a bigger interest in fighting games, which I don't totally have right now. I suck at them. I like them, though. Keeping the shurikens. Putting up the ore. Alright. That's about... It's about good. I don't think I really need blocks as long as I have the rope. And a couple of these. Thanks for the prime, Spicy Blueberry. Why does your walk animation sound like the TF2 payload? You don't know how happy you just made me. I think you're the first person to ever recognize that joke. Oh, I can feel the dopamine escaping my brain. Yeah, every time there's a bomby walk cycle, I play the payload rolling sound effect from Team Fortress 2. 'Cause it's a bomb. I'm so happy someone figured that out. I just thought it was funny. Okay, so I'm cleared out. I guess I'm back to just mining. I think there's a couple of audio jokes, but some of them are subtle. I mentioned last video, there's a sound effect called TF2 Body Impact Flesh Hard 6, and I think it's like the funniest meaty sound effect in TF2, and I try to use it as much as I can. And I think I used it at least once or twice in the last video. It just sounds like... Throwing down torches, just so I know that I've been here. Like, how is the generation so nice? And there's all of these little blocks and stuff, but there's 0 chests anywhere. And when I find them, there's not even really good stuff in them. They're both scarce and common items. Like, I almost want to double check the world generation and see if I did something wrong. I could handle not getting chests, but there's not even pots. And pots give you bombs, and if I had like 100 bombs, I'd guarantee you caving wouldn't be an issue. Spelunking is the word I was thinking of. Are there sky islands? I haven't checked. I saw someone in chat yell yeah once, but people in chat yell some really weird things, so I don't know how much stock I put into that. Red. I intentionally didn't, like, yell anything there, because I didn't want to give you anything. This is, I think, a ritual, an altar, that I used to spawn the big eye. Huh. More copper. This is, I think, a new block. Clay. I actually like brick. But I don't have bombs, which would give me this, like, instantly. I played Terraria, yeah. Beaten, like, 4 bosses. Total. How much time do I spend on a script? It varies. Usually, I can have sort of the final script done start to finish in a week and a half. I can have it done in 3 days, but it's gonna change every day after that for another week. And even then, like, I improv some stuff sometimes. Like with the animation and all that, I'll add to the script. But I would say no more than 2 weeks. I think the difference is if I'm writing about stuff I already know about versus stuff I gotta educate myself on. Like half of the concept album script is stuff I already listened to and had opinions on. But there was a lot that I explained that I didn't know about, that I had to, like, learn. And that usually takes about, like, a week of reading to research. Get the blink route. Blink route? Okay. How can it blink? It doesn't have eyes. If you have one bomb, you can try getting the demo NPC. Oh yeah, you know what? I didn't even think about it. I can just start building NPC houses, and maybe I'll just buy good items with my 40 silver. That's a good idea. You bet I ate up all my bombs, so that's gonna have to wait. Research can be content too. Yeah. And I try to be mindful of that. But it just hasn't occurred like that for me yet. I haven't made a video talking about it. I thought about making a video about making the TF2 in Minecraft mod, because there was a lot of trial and error to get it working, but I never got it working, so there wouldn't be a fulfilling endpoint yet. So I have to finish that first. Maybe one day. I won't say who yet, but I should be appearing in one of my friends' videos soon. And I'll let you know when it comes out. It'll probably still be a few weeks to a month or so till my next video, but I'll pop up in a few things in between. No, not Noodle. Although Noodle just uploaded and you should definitely watch it. Talk about Crazy Taxi. Hurt. Life Crystal, consumable, can be placed while holding shift. Le shift. This gives me 20 HP. Oh boy. Now I'm out of torches, so this is gonna be risque. You have another shine potion though. Did Noodle reach 1 million? Damn it! I told him I would get it faster than him. Not really. I'm happy for him. Love Julian. Love his content. Will never pass an opportunity to recommend Noodle to people. I feel like if I remain actively uploading, I don't have to worry about if I'll hit 1 mil. And I've got a pretty good backlog of ideas, so I'm not worried. I'll finally get that plaque. Chased? Hermes boots can be... The wearer can run super fast. If I had a soundboard, that's actually pretty fucking huge. I don't know how to put it on. Or if this works.
Who is Paul Hogan? Who am I? What am I?
What are we? I don't know how to, like, initiate the run. Is it just, build up? That's fairly fast. That's like a light hustle, yeah. Alright. No more walking everywhere. That's why I'm spelunking. Hell yeah. You guys know that they announced a Sonic TV show? And they've recasted Sonic's VA again? We're getting to a point where you cannot count on fingers how many Sonic VAs there are. They seem good at it, though. It's a Sonic show, so... You know, taper your expectations, but pretty cool. I don't know if it was intentional, but I heard a little bit of Ryan Drummond in the VA, which was my favorite Sonic voice actor, the Sonic Adventure one. He also does Sonic for Sonic R? No, what? There's like an audiobook Sonic series now, and they got Ryan Drummond to do Sonic for it, which I think is cool and very nostalgic for me. I found like an actual kind of cave system. That's great. Why? Why even? Okay. It's doing its best. Damn, I'd kill for some bombs. Yeah. Nothing that's gonna super help me. I could go to the surface and then just use my speed to go find another cave. But I'm already here. I'll see if maybe I can hit another. Where to get the mod? Can it do multiplayer? I forgot to add the URL. It's called Terrariacraft on CurseForge. They say multiplayer doesn't work well. They said it isn't intended for a dedicated server. I want to try and set one up, and I'll keep you updated, but I don't know. Supposedly not so well. Wish I had a mining potion. I mean, there's auto jump, but I didn't turn it on intentionally. Like, I usually have it off. I just haven't thought about it. Okay, 5 more blocks. I really hope that's sunrise and not set. I still feel like it's faster in Terraria. NPC house? Yeah, I'm already running. But next time I'm at my house, I'm making a NPC thing. I have more than enough mana, so these stars are superficial to me. Ooh. Cool mountain. Coral? Shit. Full ass ravine. Oh my god, there's stuff. There's things. Perhaps even objects. I'm also noticing some red in the distance, and I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know what this is. Jungle spores. Yo, it's the Team Fortress 2 instrument. The bongo. I don't know what the spores do, but I'm being told to pick them up. Did I spawn with a guide? I didn't see one. So, I actually... Damn, I don't actually know if NPCs exist. I haven't seen one yet. I didn't see Steve. Damn, I was kind of hoping for a bit more from that. Underground jungles have a ton of ores in them. Okay. Terraria mobs being more annoying is kind of offset by the ease of arrow access. So, I mean, I'm still in the jungle, so I don't have to stick to this cave if I want to find the ores and stuff. I do... And I just found corruption. That's what the red was. Eh. Vibe. The real question is, do the jigglies come out? Chimera. I'm stuck. It's no good. No dice. No good. Look away. Look away from the screen, everybody. So that was a great world. Rest in peace. Fuck, I didn't even, like, mark where that was. I know the direction. Yeah. Probably should have looked at the health bar. How did you... No. No pets. Does anyone remember what direction I ran? I think this one. It was either that direction or that direction. I keep forgetting to make an NPC house, but I am getting the impression that it might not even do anything. Oh, I was right. Right, numbers. Yeah, I'm gonna remember those. Yep, definitely. So I know that the underground and corruption is usually pretty distinct. It kind of seems the same. So maybe unfinished mod, but hey, at least they have the biome. I don't know why I came back to it. This is exactly what was going to happen. Look at my health. Okay, I'm gonna go back home, make a little arrow, so I know which direction corruption is. This is where I plan for my little grave to be. Seems to be, lagging more than usual. There, now I know. No, it's just that's just a pickaxe. Whatever. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can do anything about that. That one FOV should do it. I like the colored lighting. Maybe that'll help. Look at it. That's actually called the lightning bug. So I guess that's an error. I guess it's a mistranslation or something. It's cool how many of these I have, but I just can't do anything with them. Can you check this? Are you recommending me an album? Is that what you're saying? The Normal album by Will Wood. Yeah. I mean, I'll make a note. It's Crimson. It's Crimson. Corruption Alternative. Huh. Not know that. Oh. I need a trash chest. Just random crap. Yeah. If any of you want a recommendation for a thriller movie, I recently watched Parasite with my girlfriend. And it was a really good thriller movie. It's like a Korean film about this rich family and this poor family makes their way. They basically lie on their resumes to become like the butler and the teacher for the family. They just try to work for the family. They're just siphoning money off of them. And the movie gets increasingly belligerent towards the end of it. I don't even want to spoil it. It gets really weird. But really good thriller. Unintentional comedy, I would even say. Came out like 2019. It gets like, I really don't want to spoil it. It's funny as fuck, but I don't want to describe it. It becomes completely fucking psychotic and deranged. Oh, I forgot, I already made the tungsten, so I'm looking at what I can kind of improve here. You can make a broadsword. It's about time. And a hammer. I mean, I don't need it, but I don't have anything else to make. So, whatever. Alright. Just doing some cleanup real quick, then I'm gonna go out again. Oh yeah, clay. Gotta make this clay aching. It's not the anime. I've seen the anime Parasite. I think that's kind of weak. It's not a bad anime. Well, I don't know. They didn't go that deep with the concept. It's like there's an alien, and it takes over people, and then it has like a really cliffhanger ending, but it didn't get like a sequel or anything. So the anime just ends on a cliffhanger. Basically. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a live-action show. Or movie. A live-action movie. Put that away. Torch. Throw it in the trash chest. I need to, like, make signs or something if those exist. Sorry, my spin bot turned on there. Why does Jay Schlatt follow you? I don't know. I don't know. That's a lot of the... If you ever see someone and ask why do they follow FUNKe, FUNKe doesn't know why. I think he just... I don't know, saw my content. I've talked to Tommy in it a few times. So I think they just know my stuff. Oh, hell yeah, Raccoon. That's cool if you're fleshing out your own album in any way. Very nice. Ugh. It's like the more I play it, the more it freezes. The rain's probably not helping either. Alright, I'm just gonna go run a new direction now. It's probably because I'm loading new chunks, because I mostly haven't moved a lot of these streams. In fact, I'm gonna kinda just brute force it and see if maybe it does me any good. Like, just load everything at once, so I don't have to keep loading. Okay, that's good enough. I have a 3080, so we should be able to handle it. Actually, I think I have a 3070 Ti. Same thing. I smell it. I smell it. Oh, I actually found a fucking magic item. Amazing. And it shoots a small spark. Sorry, test dummy. I'm gonna do a reload. So it's just like a slower bow? Is that what it is? The real question, are you okay? Are you doing alright? I feel like I've been in the happiest state of my life in a long time. That's not to say it's perfect. I think everyone can always pinpoint something they want to change or improve. But I feel the most in control of my life. I don't feel I don't feel lost in my own work. I have no self-doubt on it. I'm challenging myself. I'm probably the most social I've been. Yeah, I would say I can't complain. This is what happens when I talk about being happy. God smites my computer. What the fuck is happening? Let me try something. I'm suffering. It didn't help. Alright, that was a lie. Did I leave one of these really high? It's like only when I move. Yeah, I'm gonna do a full hard reset. I'm gonna reopen. Like this mod's really fun. I'm enjoying it. Just minus this one thing. FUNKe streams? Yeah, I try to. Twice a week. I'm not like full-time or anything. How much RAM? I don't think I've like manually allocated. I have 16, maybe 32 on my computer. So this mod takes a while to boot up. So it's gonna be a minute. So let's just wait it out. I'm trying to like cap my FPS and see if it helps. Not exactly preferable for me, but it's not like stream would notice. Alright, please get away with 5. I need something. So, I can really tell the difference. I'm curious if stream sees any difference in the frames. No? Okay. Works then. But yeah, it's fixed. I think, Taz, I mean, that's very humbling, so thank you. I think everyone's personality is fluid in some way. I find the best personality, the people that I enjoy being around the most, aren't super caught up in, I don't know, being defined any one way. They just kind of like let their influences like change them for the better, but not for the worse. If you feel like I did any good, then I'm glad. Kurt Cobain had a quote that said, my personality is an amalgamation of like all the parts of people that I look up to and enjoy. Paraphrasing. But he said roughly that, and I kind of agree with it. Like, I could definitely pinpoint the comedians that influenced my humor. The things that, I don't know, shape me. Aw, oh, damn it, I've been here. Yoink. Open-minded? In the right ways. I think there are bad ways to be open-minded, but that's kind of a loaded statement. Yeah, open-minded, but grounded? Like, I don't think you need to be open-minded to sort of a crackpot, insane, reptilian people way. But you can be open-minded in a, like, I'll hear out the argument and deconstruct it. It, like, I guess the line is, like, whether you, are open-minded to taking in a new belief versus just looking for a new belief to agree with. I don't know, just have standards! Alright, I've been kind of dodging this light mode for a minute, so I'm just gonna go. it's not even auto jump. I just walk up blocks. Which is great. Oh, damn. Intersection. This would be a cool place to build. Maybe not on corruption, but... like Neapolitan terrain right here. I promise next time I'm at home, I'm just gonna build an NPC house and see if anything happens. I just keep forgetting. I'll say this is a good find. I've been sorely lacking in sand. Similarities. I mean, I consider Shammy one of my friends. I know that he's taking time away from just being online and stuff. I don't, like, as he's posted on his Twitter, but yeah. I would find that, I find my friends definitely influence my personality a lot. I feel like that's one of, I don't want it to be selfishly conveyed, but one of the good things about friends is I feel like I have a more solid sense of identity when I interact with other people. Because I've had times in my life where I wasn't interacting with other people at all, and I kind of became completely isolated from that external feedback. So, you know, there would be times where it's like, I don't know, is this how I'd act around people, or am I getting angrier at stuff because there's no one to judge it, so I don't hide it. But when I'm around people, I feel like I'm the person I want to be. Not that I ever, like, got angry or anything, but I don't know. I think I just got more slothish when I wasn't talking to people. And that wasn't a desirable quality for myself. Let me word it a bit better. I feel more inspired to challenge myself when I'm interacting with my friends and I'm hearing about how they're dealing with their own life challenges. It makes mine feel a bit more interactable. My game's freezing, so I'm trying to close out of it. And by try, I mean Java just crashed. The good news is it does seem to autosave. So I should just spawn back in that cave. This is what I get for talking about my friends. I love my friends. I will never not. Sorry, I was drinking coffee. I forgot I have a headset on. Yeah, man, it happens. I worked from home and I just craved interaction to bounce on other people and have a sense of direction. Yeah, absolutely agree. 2 GB. Wait. Did you see the amount of RAM I had allocated? Actually, someone said that, so I'm a little paranoid now. I'm gonna double check how much RAM my Minecraft is eating. Because I probably have like 12 gigs it's just not using. I don't actually know how to adjust this. I'm guessing the Minecraft launcher settings. Is this a Forge thing I have to go edit? Does anyone in my chat know how to make Forge use more RAM? Go to installations. Okay. Well, I can just like show you it probably. I don't think there's any information here I gotta hide. Forge 1.12, edit, more options. That's not it. Open the Java arguments. Change XMX2G to 5G. I think I have 32 gigabytes, just for reference. Is that how many? Oh, well, I am streaming too, so I don't know. 7? Let's see how 7 plays. I'm being told 6. Too much RAM can do harm. Huh. That's what she said. Wow, yeah, you're totally right. Make it an even number. What does it bug you? I'll turn it to 6, alright? Does that make everyone happy? I mean, it's already loading, so this might take a second. Actually, that's like a computer thing, isn't it? Odd and even numbers? Probably. Probably some weird mathical reason. Alright, I believe you. I'm making it 6. I'm not using CurseForge, I'm just using base launcher with Forge installed. Although, my chat is convincing me that I should probably get CurseForge based on this. Either way, if it works, I should not have to worry about this crash and lag anymore. So, it's loading up. Gonna take a minute. Remember that time they said they were gonna promise a mod API? 8 years ago? Remember that time they were gonna make cogs, like wall redstone, and then they just decided not to for some reason? I don't know what's going on. I can't interact still. My whole game's busted. I can place items, but I can't break items. Okay. Like, I want to mirror home and see if maybe it's just an area thing, but I'm worried. It's crashed again. I was having so much fun, man! Okay. I'm going to 4... I'm going to 4 Gs now. Maybe a little too much. What's the next game you're gonna play? I mean, I was hoping to just play this tonight, but if this continues, I don't know, you might get a scuffed Overwatch 2 stream. Cause there's not really any, like, I'm playing RE6, but that's, I can't play that because I'm playing it with someone. And I'm already like 7 hours into it, also. I'm gonna try a few more times. If it's giving me trouble, I'll probably change up the stream. You know, what can you do? Good news. 4 was the magic number. You'll get Overwatch 2 content from me eventually. I'm just not streaming it because I'm doing some video-related stuff. So I prefer to kind of do other things on stream. I got a mining potion. It's pretty good. Nothing crazy. A lot of barbs. When does OW2 become open beta? I don't know if it ever does. It probably is just staying like Twitch beta. I mean, anyone can get it as long as you connect your Twitch to... or your Blizzard to Twitch, I guess. But I know a lot of people don't want to sit through that. I idled on Salty Fish for 4 hours. The thing is, I didn't want to watch Overwatch 2 while I was waiting to play it. One, I don't think Overwatch is that fun of a game to watch, honestly. And two, if I want to try the beta, I don't want to get spoiled to everything in it. So, I mean, it's not like exclusive. It seemed like anybody could get in. You just have to do the... you just have to idle for it. I think it's fun to play. I think it can be fun. I think it still kind of has stage play syndrome, where the matches are structured in the same way every time, but I think Overwatch 2 is improving that. Also, they did a change, like, yesterday, I think. They buffed Zenyatta, so now we can kick people like 7 meters. They made him, like, a melee character. Not melee, but he's a little more defensible at close range now, which is nice. Pretty overdue. It's not a movement ability, but it's something. Do. So, if you're wondering kind of what I'm building up to right now, I have the eye spawner for the boss, like the first boss to fight. I'm just trying to get useful items, whether it's like potions for combat or some better stuff. I did get a spear, actually. Just trying to be survivable. I could probably cheese it with a bunch of arrows, but not very tactical. Remove roll queue? They shouldn't remove roll queue. There should be an open queue, but there isn't one in the beta because they want to test the roll queue. The reason there shouldn't be a roll queue, to my uneducated opinion, when roll queue didn't exist, quad tank and goats formed. Because it was just better to play a bunch of tanks than it was DPS. At the beginning of the game, everyone would pick DPS because those were the most fun to play. At lower levels. At higher levels, they all pick tank. And that's a big reason why roll queue was put in. But I think the deeper problem is sort of the lack of role diversity. Because they merged the defense and offense role into DPS, so now there's just twice that amount of characters of tanks and supports. When there should definitely be at least like 10 tanks and 10 supports to pick. Say what you want about paladins, that game at least has a balance of all of their roles. It's not to say they're all equally fun. Flank is still by far the most fun to play. But at least there's like 10 tanks to pick from. I've said it as a joke, but I think it's time to make Torbjorn a tank. Make Torbjorn a tank and make Symmetra a support again. Just a full rotation. That was a joke, but I do think they need to make more of those category. And I think they said that the next two are gonna be a tank and a support. I don't know why the fuck they released a DPS with it. But whatever. They need to differentiate DPS in a way that splits the dang queue. Well, the thing is, in Overwatch 2, it's actually the longest queue to play tank. Currently. I don't know if that'll be permanent. But the thing is, you can only have one tank, so there's no longer 2 slots to fill. So there's less tanks in games globally. A lot of people want to start playing tank. 1, all of the Doomfist mains are now tank mains. 2, tank is just more fun, so more people want to play it. So now if you want to queue in Overwatch 2, the longest one is like 10-minute tank queues, generally. Support is actually the smallest because they didn't do anything with them. DPS is still high, but yeah, tank is a lot higher right now. Just because numerically, it's harder, like, there's less tanks to play. There's less places for tanks to play. I've not thought of that, Bob. I've thought of doing a TF2 sound pack where I voice all of the characters, but I do, like, really bad impressions of each of them. The thing is, there is thousands upon thousands of TF2 lines, so that would take more than a day to do. I don't know why I'd need hard sand, but I want it. I guess also the announcer, so that would be 10 of them. I can't really do announcer voice, but whatever. Alright. There's no doubt a lot of elbow grease in this mod, but I am starting to see the edges of it. All the unadded stuff. One more cave, then I'm going back to build an NPC house. It's cool, the generation they've already made. It's just not as cool as actual Terraria generation. Are the worlds infinite? I would guess. But I don't know. It's not regenerated or anything. And they didn't say anything about an upper limit. If you're asking if there's like an end of the world with the whole end area, I don't think so. Probably like a stronghold situation. Alright, screw it. Time to get building. Need glass too. You know, I take dual wielding in Minecraft for granted now. Forgot how tedious this is. Damn, they find a way out. Or way in. Just opening up the place a little bit. Yeah. Very nice. I can't use all the glass because I gotta build another house. Is there a potion of become daytime in Terraria? Probably not. How much money would it take? You wouldn't have to pay me to make the TF2 voice lines pack. I would do that of my own volition. It's been a while since a FUNKe April Fools. Now that I'm thinking about it. Fucking crazy house. I want to have my own personal space, so I'm thinking of building it outside my little forest circle. The bed is a respawn point, but that's it. What's the most complex building you've ever made in Minecraft? I'll go first. It was one of those those wheat farms where like you pull a lever and water washes down 3 little like stalks of wheat. And I built it like 10 years ago. And I think that's the most complex thing I've ever built in Minecraft. And I'm still proud of it. An actual house. Okay. I'm impressed. A cock that spews out water. Artistic vision. I want to get one of those items that just mines 3 blocks at a time. I did build another house last stream. This is a different one. This is for a NPC if they even exist, which I don't think so. They do, I'm told. Well, then it's not even a waste of time. It's not a decoration. I'm not gonna do anything fancy. You know, I used to make Minecraft texture packs. I totally forgot about that period of my life. Made like 4 or 5 of them. Never really finished. But it's a nice hobby. Kind of ended up useful, because I went from that to texturing TF2 items. None of them were exactly like bang up jobs, but it's funny how hobbies can translate sometimes, I think. Release them? I don't have the files anymore. I would otherwise. I just remember they were like inspired by Skitscape's resource pack. Texture pack was the word back in my day. He had one that he never released publicly, so I'm like, I'm gonna make my own. And then he quit YouTube. Started hearing Weezer because of you. I read that wrong and I thought it said started hating Weezer because of you. And I was like really perplexed. I'm like, I didn't make the music. Actually, you kind of said the same thing now that I think about it. It's a little wonky, but work with it. It's an ugly front door. I don't know how I fix it. Maybe I can make it a religious house. This is a place of Christ now. A wiener? No, I'm not making a wiener. I would do it upside down, an upside down one, but would block the door. I guess I could, actually. I get weird with it. Check it out. There we go. Don't know how this floor is gonna work, but I'll yeah. You do not deserve this much glaze. Door. I need door. Talk about politics? It's not really my energy tonight. I think it's really funny. That when all three branches are blue, people still act like there's no, oh, we don't have any power. Well, we can't do anything. I just think it's funny how it works that way. What did I think I'm out of sand, so no more glass. I need furniture. So chairs, table. Usually like my go-to. I might need something to make a chair. I'm happy with the reverse Christ building. Can't help but notice the background is still a Minecraft texture. Kinda sloppy. What a weird house. Okay. And now just the walls, I think. Oh yeah, I had brick. I could have made a brick house. I could have just made the doors there. I could have just made those the doors and then not have a door in the middle. But this feels too workaroundy to get rid of now. Stone. Please. Stone. 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 Now. Now. Now stone. Now stone. Now 3, 2, 1, and now it's stone. Now it's stone. Now it's... Boom. Stone. Climbing up a rope feels like climbing up a water tower in this. I hope I have enough. 1, 0, one more. The roof can be something else. It doesn't have to be that. Yeah. It's allowed to be an avant-garde house. It doesn't have to be crazy. I guess that's what avant-garde is. Now that I think about it. How's it going? I'm hoping to summon, I guess, Damien the Antichrist for an NPC. But I'll settle for Steve. Going pretty well, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna pyramid it. I figured because, like, the floor goes down, the roof should go up. That sounds like lyrics to, like, a really good rave song. The floor goes down, the roof goes up. Actually kind of ballin'. Be honest, if you saw this house, would you think the builder knew what they were doing? Would you think, like, there was a vision here? I think so. Well, art is subjective. All that matters is you wouldn't think that I winged it. You would think that it was planned. How about now? Any change of opinions? I feel like that makes up for it. A little better. Yeah, alright, a little better. Stepped on something. Cody has moved in.
I am here to give you advice on what to do next. It's recommended that you talk with me anytime you get stuck. I'm quite fond of wandering through the forest. I like it here.
Okay, Cody.
When the moon goes red, the water becomes like blood. Creatures submerged within may become grotesque and malicious.
I think this is just Steve. Calvin has also moved in.
You have no idea how much dirt blocks sell for overseas.
I can buy stuff now, which is neat. I'm not exactly rolling in money here, but mining helmet could be useful. That would be all my money, though. Bug net would be fun. Not really useful. Good news is, NPCs do exist, so I have reasons to build more houses now. I'm gonna need to make a main road at some point, just so this doesn't look completely fucked. Got range? Yeah, no, I really can do an old man and a young man. I think I've got it figured out, voice-wise. I do want there to be kind of a look here. So, I'm gonna keep planting stuff. Alright. I mean, that opened up my mind a lot, just because I didn't think NPCs would actually move in. But now that they do, I really want to, like, go on supply runs. Damn, I wish I had more brick. I want to make a brick house next. But 54 is not enough. Is it time? Maybe just for, precaution. Yeah. It is not time. It is not time at all. It's not time. The music changes very abruptly. Okay. I guess it's time for another cave run. More like run than cave. Yeah, it's weird. This mod, in some ways, puts a lot of effort into, like, animations and visuals, but then it just, like, completely misses fundamental features. Like, it looks great. Plays well. Time to enter that caboose. Another wand of sporking. Second I get one of those, like, light boots, I'm set. Still always catches me off guard to remember that some of the paintings in Minecraft are of CSGO maps. It's like abstractionalist, no-clipped CSGO maps. Like Dust, but from outside the play area. And I always think that's cool. But then I remember how, like, popular Minecraft is and how many people don't know that. Reminder to rip your skin off, there's bugs under it. I don't think that's as gross as you're saying it is. Because our entire body are kind of just an amalgamation of millions of microorganisms and gut bacteria sort of intertwining with each other to stay alive. How much of you is really you? And how much of you is sort of just the whole of a bunch of tiny things? Arguably, both. So you say, like, you're full of bugs, like, it's symbiotic. The bugs need me to live, and I need the bugs to live. Also, they're not bugs, but... all my friends are insects. I like those memes where it's like two leviathans fighting with the text that says boomers full of lead versus zoomers full of microplastics. Oh. I'll hold on to the mining potion. I don't know if I want to... Okay. Been a minute since I've done this. User... Yeah. So I didn't mention it in my last video. Because I thought... I don't know. I... Didn't seem relevant. The drummer for Olivia Tremor Control, the band that made Black Foliage, is Jeff Mangum, who is sort of the frontman and singer of Neutral Milk Hotel. So if you like in the airplane, you're gonna find some of the blood is shared with Black Foliage. He even sings on one song, I Have Been Floated. Ooh, this thought, this hour. There was a quote from Black Foliage that I really regret not mentioning in the video. I think looking back, sometimes I get so kind of stuck on a script that I don't want to like amend it or add to it. I wish in the video I kind of broke down some more quotes from the albums just to really hit home what each album is about. I think I would have done that differently. There's one quote from Black Foliage that is, "You are the subject of sketches." Hold on, I have to... It's the description of the video. I need to double check it so I can explain it. You were the subject of sketches I made for a sculpture in sound. Is probably my favorite quote from Black Foliage. It's interpretable, and a lot of Black Foliage is intentionally, like, try and interpret me. That's kind of what the album is saying. But that's one of my favorite quotes, and it essentially is saying, like, the album you're listening to is sort of just the sketched version of what I imagine it to be. Like, it's much more complex in the artist's head than what you're seeing. Which, for an album that is already very abstract and well crafted, I think is a very strong earned point to make. I think it would have been fun in the video to talk more about that side of it, where the quotes are intentionally sort of try to interpret me. If I ever do a Concept Albums Part 2, right after all the other sequels, you can probably expect more of the quotes to be broken down. I have not seen this before. Glowing mushrooms. New biome. I keep doing this. New biome. Uh-oh. I'm out of shine potions and torches. And gel. I wonder if glowing mushrooms can second as a torch. Actually, I have 4 of them. What am I talking about? Can I elaborate on the love of the knuckle stages? I think the scavenger hunt of Sonic Adventure games was more fun than people give it credit. I think it did some things wrong, but I think it was an imperfect formula that deserves to be perfected. I like having high mobility, flying around a crazy map looking for stuff. I want like a full treasure hunting game that isn't... It doesn't have to be trying to be other stuff. Damn. Slime got hands. And spikes. Terraria music is just bubbly synths, occasionally broken up by a cat stuck in an aquarium. And I don't know how to back that up. Ice and Hermes boots. This is gonna be fun. Unless it ends instantly. You know, the concept albums... Ow. It almost ended up talking about a lot of other weird stuff. I was thinking about talking about video game soundtracks and musicals and operas and stuff. And talk about, like, well, what's the line of a concept album, you know? Is Hamilton a concept album? Is the Metal Gear Rising soundtrack a concept album? But I felt like the script was already pretty hard to follow. I didn't want to make it even harder. That's another thing for a sequel, maybe. Oh yeah, on my last tweet, where I talked about TF2 kill cams just being silly, somebody posted a picture of a soldier holding a katana, and he's just really fucking angry. And he had blood on it. And somebody replied to it in the end in all caps. And I felt old because I read that as, in the end, it doesn't even matter. And a day later I realized it was referring to Metal Gear Rising. In the end, it has to be this way. It didn't click at all for me. And that's how I knew I was old. And that's my favorite video game, too. I'm happy the internet is starting to agree. It's my favorite story video game. Ooh, womp. Not a lot of items, but I'm enjoying just being able to walk around. No dead ends. Chests spawn, but they're uncommon. Herp. Herp skirp. Amethyst. Damn, this is a deep one. I don't think you take fall damage if you land in webs. Does anyone know what slint? What is it called? Glint? Silt. What does silt make? I know it's this game's gravel, but you don't need flint for arrows, so... What's the deal? What's the deal with silt? Extractor for gems. Huh. Okay, I'll grab a little bit then. Is Yakuza as famous as MGR? I think Dame Dane might be, but no, not Yakuza. I wouldn't even call MGR that famous outside of gaming. I think it's just like catching up in meme culture, but a lot of people still haven't played the game, which they should. Because it's a masterpiece. I know this isn't news to most of you, but just because maybe some of you have developed an interest in Metal Gear Rising, at one point it was teased that it would get a sequel, but it was right before Kojima fell out with Konami. So all we ever saw was the letter 2 in the Rising font. So we know it was planned. So all I can really say is go play Vanquish, I guess. And you'll get to play as Beta Sam. Not like that Beta, but like, you know what I mean. Granite, it looks cool. I wanna like, I don't know, it looks pretty. I like pretty blocks. I'm not answering that Goofy movie. I ethically can't. Favorite block in Minecraft? The Manco chest. Definitely the cog. The ruby, right? Yeah. I didn't get a comment on it on my last video. And this is just what I do on my stream if you haven't been here. I just randomly bring up jokes that everyone missed. But when I made the joke about 2 gloves, no, 2 sponges, a rubber glove, and a Pringles can, the Pringles that I show was sour cream. I also intentionally used the snack-sized one instead of a can. I don't think anyone realized that was also an intentional joke. But I said the word can, like the tall one, and then I used the smallest possible Pringles. So that was an intentional joke if it didn't land for you. I don't know why I'm hell caving. There's plenty more cave to actually go find. I just didn't want to climb up, I guess. This is why I need the mining helmet. It's just, I don't want to spend all my money on it. No, it was intentional that I used that. It wasn't like a Blender file thing. I didn't even use Blender. Oh, thank you, Nando. This is like this is genuinely the first cave that I found in this 7 hours. I want to learn grease pencil. Blender has a really great thing where you can essentially do 2D animation in a 3D workflow, which I would definitely find useful. I also think it's just stylistically very cool. I'm a big sucker for a composition of both 2 and 3D. All the Ds. I just love Ds. I can't get enough D. So, one day I want to learn Blender and transfer my files into it, but for the moment, it's just a lot to learn. But, like, if you had to ask me where I want to go with kind of my visual stuff, I don't mind it looking more 2D. I still want to work with 3D assets, but the more I can kind of blur that line, the more fun it is, I find. And grease pencil would be a great tool for that. Like, I feel like I can pull off with Source Filmmaker with a lot of lighting tricks to make it work well, but ultimately, SFM's lighting isn't built for, like, pseudo 2D, so sometimes it's passable, but it's not ideal. And with something like Blender, I've seen some crazy, like, straight-up painterly effects using it. I think that's closer to my end goal. No, not going down. No sugar. If I can't find the way I went up, I might just TP out of here. I've died a few times, but not in a while. It feels bad to leave the tungsten. It's just like I already have all the tungsten tools.
I think you're in a good area of animation where it does not take extremely long to animate while simultaneously still looking real good.
Agreed. I think it is a pretty produceably presentable style. Which, it takes a lot of little tricks to get there. But, yeah, I try to count my blessings on it. I know, in my experience with 3D, it can be hard to pass that line of, like, it's a draft versus it's the final thing. And ultimately, there's always kind of a compromise of, yeah, could I make this look better? Could I adjust the lighting or the camera or something? But you gotta pick your battles. And I'm happy with what I'm making. So I'm glad to hear that, lands with you too. There's the cat. There's the aqua cat. Hold you. How deep is the mod? It seems to be at least like 80% territory of content. I can't put a hard number on it, but it's not a tech demo. It is Terraria and Minecraft. And there, I think like maybe every 10 minutes you're like, oh, they didn't add that. But otherwise, it's pretty passable.
Hehehe, I've saved up enough points for the TTS.
I don't know why it was so
not to
funny
waste it on
hearing it
something
say
stupid.
hee hee hee. It did it in a such, like, untrustworthy way. I'm sorry, I laughed over your message. You did, I promise you didn't waste it. Yeah, I read that, Zapper. Yeah, it's the convenience of 3D assets and the style of 2D is a real sort of gold combo, I find. No. Yeah, I've been trying to watch The Dragon Prince recently, which is a 3D cartoon that's sort of in a 2D style, very exaggerated expressions and body motions. And it's given me a little inspiration. I still don't think Dragon Prince is as good as Avatar. I know that's not a controversial statement. I'm not even saying it's bad. But there wasn't a point where I, like, stopped watching Avatar. I finished it, and I kind of took a break from Dragon Prince. But, more to my point, I'm trying to, like, get a better idea of how 3D pretending 2D works. Mechanically. Like, how other people do it. And I feel like it's helping me improve video by video with sort of emulating it. Like, again, just animating on 2s, 3s, and 4s. That's not something I used to do, but it actually does make it feel a bit more consistent. And if you don't know what that means, you might know, like, how... You know how, like, the backgrounds of Spider-Verse is animated at a different rate than the characters? And it makes them sort of pop out like a comic book? That's sort of what I'm referring to. The backgrounds and camera work and stuff is animated more on 4s. Maybe not the cameras, but the background is more on 4s. And the characters are more on 2s and 3s. Which just means more frames in between each pose. That's the kind of stuff I nerd out about. I love kind of learning, like, how it's done. I don't consider myself
Favorite
a
animated
2D
movie?
artist.
Smile.
Perfect Blue is my favorite animated movie. It's an anime film, but it's gold. And it's well animated. It's not like... I don't know. It's not like an industry standard of animation, but it's very good. I don't consider myself a 2D animator yet, you know, at least, but I want to learn it more, because I think sort of the most memorable frames are like when I sort of manually draw the face instead of using the default model one. But that requires sort of a very intricate knowledge of emotion, of expressing emotion on the lips and the eyes and stuff. And stylizing it for a character that, like, doesn't have lips or pupils. Usually. But, again, one of those things I like to learn a little bit about with each upload. I don't know if that's, like, the best hard rule. Like, maybe sometimes it is to really take a huge project and you will learn a lot from it. But right now, my current pace, like in a lot of things, like in music, I'll try a small project, and even if I don't, like, finish it, it's knowledge I use for something else. Like, the only reason there's, like, instruments and stuff played in the last video is because I try to practice my keyboard and stuff. And, like, I've wrote demos and songs, but I didn't release them. But I felt like, oh, I don't want all that time to go to waste, and it ended up being really useful, because I could make a video about music and sort of sprinkle a little more detail on it. So if you ever work on something and you don't release it or get done or, like, it's delayed, optimistically speaking, that can still be valuable time spent, as long as it eventually applies to something. Doesn't have to be immediate. Now, you should still strive to, like, release stuff, but I think it's healthy to make stuff for yourself, and not for a product. And that's kind of my philosophy. I try to make stuff for the sake of making it. And the outcome is a reward, but it's not a necessity. This conversation is reminding me of Beginner's Guide. I played that game. So, maybe it's jumbling in the back of my brain while I say that. The Beginner's Guide was made by the creator of Stanley Parable. And it's actually a game that might show up in a future video of mine. Not about entirely that game, but of several games like it. Yeah. Beginner's Guide is fun. It's a little weird. But it's a game where you're walking around unfinished games while the narrator describes, like, what the mental state of the developer was. Sort of like a third-party commentary. Of, like, the developer was going through, like, you know, he was going through depression, and you can tell in the art of this game. But it's sort of tongue-in-cheek. And, like, it's, like, dozens of demos that are really short and stuff. Yeah, very much unreliable narrator, where, like, they just get bored and move on. It's a good game. I haven't played it in a while. But, yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of the philosophies that game talked about, which were... The narrator would say, like, hey, maybe... Or, I won't spoil it, but a recurring theme is the creator of the games in the Beginner's Guide didn't want to release them. He just wanted to make the games for himself as sort of an art piece, and he was very averse to the idea of it being a public thing. He didn't want the credit or the coverage. And the narrator, who isn't the developer, is perplexed by this, where he's like, I don't understand why... I think, like, why won't Davey release the games? Why won't you share it with the world? And it's sort of this compounding narrative where the dev eventually, like, just straight up quits being a dev because it's too much pressure to release stuff. So to round back to what I was saying, yeah, there is value in making things for you. And ultimately, if you are someone who wants to release things, it will be valuable for that too. Alright, I'm gonna start going upwards. I know I keep circling.
A literalist takes things literally. A kleptomaniac takes things literally.
Yeah. Cameraman takes things figuratively. Like a take. Maybe a director. A film it's gone. The moment's gone. Alright. I'm going home. Thank you, Rylos. Do I think I'll do more music content in the future? There's always a part of me that wants to have a full-scale effort with music stuff. What I want to make is not the experience level I'm at yet. There's a lot I need to wrap my head around before I'm comfortable putting it out. But yeah, I think there will be stuff. I think there will always be little musical jokes and moments and cutaways in my videos. I don't want to give you a hard, like, yeah, I'm gonna make an album one day, but it's pretty realistic to say that I think about it, at least. Smooth granite. Yeah, I told you it was worth getting. Actually got a lot of resources there. If in hindsight, maybe should have taken the coords of that cave, but live and learn. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow. Live and learn. From the words of yesterday. Live and learn. If you beg or if you borrow, you may never find your way. Whoa. A lot of trash. I just recited that like it was a prayer. Can you feel life moving through your spine? Ooh, looks like you came back for more. Oh yeah, a lot of bottles now. Don't know where to put that. I'm getting a little lazy with these chests. How have you gone about learning to make music? Did I use a DAW? So I have a musician buddy who years ago taught me the basics of Ableton Live, just so I could kind of record my own little acoustic demos. And I kind of just built off of that. In general, if I want to learn a program,
your favorite video game character?
I watch a video about it. That's how I learned to edit. That's how I learned to animate. Shout out to those official SFM tutorials that tell you to save 30 times, because they're right. But music, a little bit is stubborn, just trying the same thing every day and not making progress. And a little bit is saying, okay, I'm gonna sit down and listen to a guide. I'm gonna learn my scales. My problem was I don't want to learn scales. I don't want to learn the structural way, but it's really, really useful. Like, I feel like I'm not gonna say I've learned music, but I've understood it much more in the past few months trying to wrap my head around piano than I did, like, the year and a half or two, I lost count. The years I spent just playing guitar and, like, going to fucking Ultimate Guitar and playing the tabs of songs I liked. I've learned a lot more actually slowing down, learning the difference of scales, learning how keys work, and learning how to improv within them. So, I don't know. I guess the word I would use is patience. Not everyone has to be a prodigy. I just have so many items. And again, there's not, like, signs in Terraria, I don't think. Or if there are, I'm blanking. Builder potion. Yeah. Keeping that, grabbing that. Bamboo. That's a material. Sus eye. I'm throwing that back out. Don't need it yet. And granite up. Okay. That's good enough. Wonder how old the kid that made the Terraria ouch sound is. If it was even a human. Yeah, it just, like, for me, music is a hobby, but... Pause. I'm done. This is sort of like when you bug bomb a house. You gotta stay out of the house for a few hours, let the poison kick in and kill everything. So I'm just waiting a moment before I boot up again. I'm gonna spring for the mining helmet. I don't have a use for my money right now, and I don't want to hold the torch all the time. So... where is it? Yeah. Beautiful. Wouldn't change a thing. This won't bug anyone. You can't make like a corner ramp, by the way. I would if I could. I look like a 7-year-old in a onesie. Huh.
You didn't answer my last question. I am breaking up with you, FUNKe.
That's
Goodbye.
okay. I already forgot the question, so I wouldn't be able to answer it anyways. Okay. Probably ready to start building something else. But I do need to step away from the computer for a minute. So, why don't you just tell me your favorite thing about this tree, and I'll be back in 40 seconds.
That boar is so funny, FUNKe. You are so right and funny and quirky, lol.
It was supposed to be the sound of a pig, but it just sounded like a dog that got kicked. So, sorry. And in conclusion, that's why I won't cut down the second tree. I might chop at it if it looks at me funny. Yeah. Time for base number 2. I'm a little lacking on interesting blocks, so it's probably just going to be an amalgamation of like brick and granite. Which should come out pretty cool. I think. Throw in a single ice block for good measure. The NPCs are at it again? I think, no, they're fine. Nothing's going on in there. I don't remember what the next NPCs would be. So, figure it out. I'm gonna try something crazy here. I'm gonna try and make a circle. I know, I'm getting real wacky. We have fun here. One, two, three, four, five. 3, 4, 5. I don't even know how some of you know what the egg is. There's no way all of you know that. All of you mentioning. Fuck! What happened? What did I do wrong? 1, 2, 3. Oh. It already happened! I don't even want to fix it now. I know how to fix it. Still wrong. Still wrong. Yeah. Maybe I could make like a spilled egg, like it's a cracked egg. It's gonna be a hanging block. It bugs me. Alright, 2, 2, 2, and then 5. Six. What? That's not how rope works. No, rope, go down. Go. Why does it always go down except when it doesn't? And then 2... That's... I think I just gotta... I gotta remove some of these blocks and it'll look good. Interesting how rope just stays up on its own. 2, 2, 2... oh, that was a 1. Gotcha. And then 2... 2, 2. There we go. Wait. Not that kind of 2. Two. There. And just repeat that. Guys, I'm a 3D animator. Do I look like someone that has a fundamentally good understanding of 3D space? Don't answer that. I don't even know. I don't even know what the intent here is. And then I do like a cross section. Yeah. I'm not gonna have enough for this. I shouldn't let my chat, like, pressure me into not mining, because it's boring. 2. Yeah. Also, I don't remember where this stuff is, so I'm just gonna have to wing it. Maybe I can find a vaguely purple block that looks like it matches. This is kind of just a monochrome purple when you think about it. Gray is just kind of every color monochrome when you think about it. Beautiful. I'd kiss the chef if I say so myself. Now, if Brian taught me anything, it's that if you place random blocks on the outside, it adds depth. And that's good for a building. And then now I do... he said to make squares, but small squares that turn into bigger squares. A lot of small squares. That's what he said. So, there's a square? No one's gonna buy this property. See if I can make anything. I don't know why I did that. None of this is smooth granite. Oh god. This is what I get for being too impatient to fucking mine. But in my defense, for someone made of bombs, I'm sorely lacking in them. Easy. Alright. I'm gonna wait. You know, this base is growing on me. Like, I really thought it would just be temp, but I could see myself starting a family here. And then ending it. Thanks, Tapatio. Yeah. Sometimes. So, it's kind of mining hours. Well, honestly, an NPC would probably benefit me more depending on what spawns. And mining would give me more stuff to build with. I don't really expect to get another boots or anything, but I don't want to build another, like, wood house, so fuck it. I'm gonna go with that. Average damage, 8 magic damage. Not really worth it. Let's go. Let's spit it up. Why don't I have Zenith yet? Oh, that's on the shopping list. Yeah. And I know what Zenith is. Wait, there's multiple corruption biomes? That or it just wraps around. I'm gonna be honest, I've never used a hacked client of Minecraft, but I've used X-ray packs. I just feel like I'm at the confession booth and I needed to get that out. On multiplayer servers, not just alone. I might have used it on Uncle Dane's server once. Just once. Don't tell him I said that. God bless. I think the joke is funny once, but if you do it multiple times, you kind of ruin the bit. That's just me. Because it's more mysterious if I only see one. I wasn't like obvious about it. I turn on the X-ray, but I wouldn't dig straight to the ores. See, that's what like the amateurs do. They throw on the X-ray pack, they see all of the ores, and then they go straight for it. And then it's just really obvious that you didn't find it naturally. What you gotta do is you gotta ebb and weave to the nearest cave, and then just nonchalantly walk your way to that diamond ore. No one's gonna catch you if you do that. Yeah, I kinda Ocean 11'd Uncle Dane's server of its diamond ores. Clay. I feel bad because I don't have a joke for the frog channel points. I just thought the word frog was funny. Frog. It's not as timeless, but I'm not getting rid of it.
Forgy.
Forky. It said it so confidently. Forgy. I didn't bring a mining potion. That's what I was looking for. Forky. Froggy. I think I added it because my D&D character is a frog. But like, there was no context to it. It's the same as the boar one. It makes me laugh. What kind of music do you like? Well, because someone on stream taught me that I can listen to my local smooth jazz station online. The internet even. I've been doing that recently. But I try not to, genre stick for too long. It doesn't mean anything, but I keep, like, I don't use Instagram, but occasionally I will, use it to check Bobbing's Instagram story, just because he posts when he's, like, releasing music or vinyls and stuff. And he had one where he was, I think he was like biking with Sven, Still Woozy, if you recognize that name. And I don't know why, it just made me really happy. I know that they still do shows and stuff together sometimes, but it's nice when like former members of a band you liked are still kind of like on good terms. Because their band didn't like... It was just musical differences. It wasn't like a bad breakup, which makes me happy whenever I see they're still crossing circles. What's the clay for? I'm making brick for my next building. And I just don't want to make round trips, so I'm grabbing it a lot. That was uncalled for, Harley. And funny. I wonder what the first Minecraft song parody was. Like, historically, it couldn't have been TNT, right? There must have been one other. Like, that's something we gotta figure out. Buscus? I don't... Doesn't ring a bell. It was Tobuscus? I don't recognize the song then. If you're... that's a real answer. My guess would have been The Shaft. The podcast. Because I know they would do weird song things sometimes. And that was like 2009, 2010. Actually, I think they were 2011. Diamond Sword? There's no way Diamond Sword came before TNT, right? I don't know. The timeline's different in my head. Diggy Diggy Hole? But that wasn't a song initially. That was just like a mantra for a while. I don't know if that counts. I actually went back and watched the first episode of Israfel the other day. I was just curious. And I'm sure Yogscast explained at some point what that series was. Maybe I'm wrong. I couldn't, like, is it like a roleplay thing? Like it's a D&D thing, but with their friends? Where, like, they play Israfel and fucking old guy and all that? I don't think that I understood that when I first watched it, and I thought, like, that's what Minecraft was. I thought there were NPCs that would, in real time, talk to you. And I was fucking confused when I downloaded Minecraft, and there was nothing. So when I went back and watched it, I'm like, oh my god, it's a fucking thing. They're doing a thing. Wow. Well, nothing in here. Search Minecraft song. I think you can do like dash year, so like dash 2009, and you can get things before a certain year. So you could probably do that and then sort by release date and find it. The problem is, the oldest Minecraft music video might not be named music or video, like, song. It might just be the name of the song, so you won't find it in the search terms. That'll help you find the oldest ones. I'm just gonna dig until I find, like, a hole. After that, I don't plan to do another pit. And next time I mirror, I'm definitely grabbing a mining potion. Yeah, I hear that's a problem with Arcane, which I still haven't watched. Do bosses still phase through the ground? I'll let you know. You know, one problem without having slabs is I can't make a boss arena. Like, it was the meta in Terraria to make a bunch of slabs you could jump above and below. To know how I'm gonna pull that off here. Somehow. This is intense Minecraft. This isn't ordinary Minecraft. Despite what you may believe. My health is 140, as you can tell. Uh... I said I would keep going until I hit a cave, so I can't. My hands are tied. You need to jump over bosses. I mean, I can probably just arrow the giant eye to death. I'm not worried about whether I have an arena. It's just, yeah, I don't know if the boss will run into the ground. Yow. Someone asked Terraria or Minecraft music. I feel like that's a clear-cut answer. Wow. C418 doesn't even do Minecraft music anymore, right? Didn't they only make, like, the initial ones? I mean, it's hard to pass up Cat, but... yeah, it's not... I don't know. I find Terraria to be catchier. I mean, come on. Actually, you know what I think it is? I think it's the percussion. Minecraft music's, like, good, but it's not particularly... beat-oriented. I feel like a big metric for video game music is whether it can be turned into a trap beat. And in that way, I feel like Terraria takes the cake. Huh. Well, I found a cave, but that's about it. Nothing else in it. Pig step? I'm not saying you can't trapify some Minecraft music. It's just in general, it doesn't crunk quite as hard. That's all. I see hole. I'm just getting blue first. You know what this shade of blue reminds me of? The term reductive comedy. I don't actually even know what that was. Diamond. Oh, this hole. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I just was so busy going across it. I scaled it, but I didn't Z-axis it. Should I say Z-axis? Hee-haw. I hate that every time I laugh, it's like I'm blowing in your face. Like it hits the microphone. I can audio flashbang now. I can pocket sand your ears. I won't do it again. But you know I now have that power, which is what matters. I want to hear what it's like for Bommy to explode. I don't know, but here's another gag that only a few people caught in the last video. Maybe people caught it, they just didn't comment it. In the bit where Bommy's like sleeping on the bed, when I keep saying like it's a third party. When the bomb breathes in, it makes the donk charge, the loose cannon charge sound effect. The So that's probably the closest you've ever gotten to finding out. Canonically. I was proud of that gag. Totally improv'd it on the animation part. It was not written in the script. I think that's the fun part of animating. Where it's like, oh, I can stuff an extra little bit into this. Damn. I mean, I got a lot of clay from this run, so if nothing else, I know I can basically finish up that NPC house now. Definitely a little more to explore, though. Yeah, usually I honestly use TF2's library of sounds. I tried to stray away a bit more this video. I use more, like, sound libraries of footsteps and stuff. But it is undeniably a treasure trove when you need sort of just small little, like, catching an object sounds and stuff. So if you know the game as well as I do, you'll probably notice those sounds used a lot. Which is why I'm trying to stray away from it, just so it's, I don't know, keeps you on your toes. I mean, mining in the mod's boring, but not much different than normal Minecraft. And that's also just early Terraria. Late Terraria has much more interesting mining. I'm just, I guess, getting unlucky. Because usually, you can either bomb mine, or you get, you know, axes that let you mine like 3 blocks at once. I'm just not hitting those, apparently. I can regen health now, though. That's kind of a good item. Oh, also, yeah. I keep going back to this point, but in Terraria, you can literally see cave parts that you haven't accessed yet. I feel like this mod could use something to emulate that. Maybe like a little, like, notifier of, like, mine ahead. Or, I don't know. A mini-map? A mini-map would actually be great. I don't know how that would work, but some indicator of, like, you'll find something if you go. Funk, would you mind checking your Twitter? You're definitely not my therapist. Because you don't sound anything like him. I mean, I try not to, like, check social media while I'm live. It feels a little rude for me. Unless I have a good reason. I don't want to be that guy that's on stage staring at his fucking phone. Like, wait, hold on. I'm checking my notes app for the next joke. I didn't rehearse. Oh yeah. Anyone that remembers me reciting my stand-up bit on that Pokemon stream a while back? Or no, I think it was like a few streams ago. I ended up using the Queen Ace joke at the beginning of the video in the song. I just wanted to use it somewhere, but I didn't know how, so I'm like, what if the song was about poker? And no one commented that they got the Queen Ace joke, but I was proud of it. This is how you know I'm more of a writer than I am an improv. Because I just go live and I'm like, hey guys, you remember that joke I wrote? Now you're gonna remember it a whole new way. Also, thank you, Jatsy and Banam. Minecraft. Okay. If it's not in 5 blocks a cave, then I'll mirror. Achoo. Oh, I lost count. If it's not in 5, then I'll mirror. Achoo. If it's not in 5, I'll mirror. Four. Didn't expect that, did you? Think you got near hell? Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that the hell sound effects were playing right when I stopped. That's not what I need to hear today. I don't have a skin on right now. I mean, I could throw it on, but I'd have to reboot the mod, and it doesn't exactly open fast. Whatever. Oh, thank you, Waylon. I missed that one, but thanks. Little inventory management. I think it's also nighttime, but I can at least finish that other building now. That wasn't a funny voice, I was like hiccuping. Also, I don't know what a blood moon is, but apparently it is one. I only have building potions, no mining ones. I love when they add the little wobble to a synth. Throwing knives. Haven't even used the shurikens yet. Alright. Yeah, I'm just cleaning up here. You don't have to pay money to do the Weezer thing. That's just like channel points. You don't even have to watch to get those. I mean, like, you don't have to look at the screen, at least. I'm also gonna have to run to a sand biome. You know, the sand biome as it's called formerly. Drippler. I've never seen dripplers spawn. Like, they're evolving. I might have to wait out the night. Why don't you just play Terraria? Yeah. I miss out on this. Because I'm curious what 3D Terraria is like. I mean, I will say I think normal Terraria would be a little more fun. But Terraria isn't as buildy as it. And I'm a real craftsman at heart. I don't show it. Oh, that's what a blood moon is. Okay, it's not... Terraria is buildy, but I don't know. It's just a different dimension. My brain works in 3 dimensions, sometimes 4. And so 2 can be a struggle. I'm just curious, that's all. I like Terraria. and I easily would still play it. Yeah. Maybe I'll just, like, continue making a hell hole. Man, I already started it. I already wasted all that explosion, so... make the most of it. Terrariacraft? I know about Terrariacraft. Which is confusing, because it's called, like, real-life craft, but there's a lot of non-realistic mechanics in it. I think I just chose this because I'm familiar with Terraria, and I don't have to learn a whole new rule set of game to play under. If I ever get a bomb, I'm keeping one. I just have not been lucky so far. I saw a tweet recently, and I remember this when I read it, but the mangaka of Fullmetal Alchemist, she would make a lot of those sort of, like, extra page drawings of all the characters of Fullmetal Alchemist as if they were actors on a show. So it's like all the good and bad people just standing around, you know, drinking water. And there's actually OVAs. I didn't realize this. There's OVAs to Fullmetal Alchemist in like a chibi style, but with the original actors, the voice actors. And they're playing sort of a bit of like they're all actors on the show Fullmetal Alchemist, but it's not a real thing. And it's actually really adorable. And I somehow didn't know it existed until like this year. I feel bad. I learned it because I think a Fullmetal Alchemist podcast emailed me asking to come on and dissect an episode. And I told them, like, I didn't even know these OVAs existed. So I didn't end up going on it. I think I was also just busy at the time. Would have been fun, I think, in hindsight. But yeah. If you're, a diehard for that kind of content, where you can find it. Also, I got a comment on my anime list profile, and they said FUNKe reads Yomi no Sugai based, and I felt humbled by that. I felt like I earned that compliment because it is based to read Yomi no Sugai. Like you are or you aren't, you know. And I don't like to be inclusive, but it's true. It's a good manga. Read it. Still don't know what the blinks do, but someone said get them. Warm. Would you recommend one for someone who hasn't been able to get into manga? I still feel like Fullmetal Alchemist is the gold standard. I feel like it is not tropey, and anytime it is, it's in a very acceptable level. Almost like I'm not gonna say it invented any tropes, but I don't know. It feels to me Fullmetal Alchemist could have worked as a novel or any other show that besides anime. Which, to me, is a good sign. Or, like, that's a good anime. When it doesn't have to be anime to still be, I don't know, beloved. It has a... The way I've heard it described is they don't, like, reveal the entire plot to you, where they're like, there's this big event, and you're going from the starting point to the end. It ramps up, where there's this sort of small little mystery that becomes a bigger thing, that becomes a bigger cog in a bigger thing, but it never gets beyond its own grasp. It all fits into the bowl, so to speak. It's never overflowing, but it's never lacking. That's how much I feel like I can say without just directly explaining the plot to you. It's like there's a touch of conspiracy, there's a touch of the hero's journey, and it is almost perfectly executed. And when they set things up, it's never like you forget about it and then remember it because it's brought up later. AOT. And they don't Deus Ex Machina shit, generally. Every setup is, like, well executed. It's... People say, like, predictable is bad, but I don't think exactly that way. I feel like good media inclines you to predict it, and it rewards you for paying attention, but it also subverts you to keep you, I don't know, thinking creatively. Of like, oh, that makes sense. I didn't anticipate it, but that made sense. Anyways, I know I'm rambling. Full Metal Alchemist is my pick for if you don't like manga or anime. I think it's really hard to walk away from that with a negative opinion of the format. If I had to pick something else, it would be hard for me. I would love to say Death Note, but it does get a little weird. Okay, this is not leading anywhere. I'm seeing a couple people in chat bring up Attack on Titan. I like Attack on Titan. I read it, and I watched / am watching it. I mean, I'm caught up, but... AOT, aside from having some really dicey political undertones now and then that don't totally hold up under scrutiny, it has... I don't know. AOT is a spectacle, but it almost gets too top-heavy sometimes. And it doesn't successfully walk on its legs as a result. The ending... It doesn't totally scan, like... I'm not spoiling anything, of course. It's hard to talk about AOT without talking about the plot, is the problem. It sets up stuff way in advance, and it has amazing payoffs later. But those payoffs are, for me, sometimes undermined by bad usage of characters, bad conclusion to character arcs, very unfulfilling, I'm not I have to think about it for a moment. There were a lot of points with AOT where it's like... I felt like you didn't do enough with those characters, you had too many chess pieces, and then you forgot what game you were playing. Yeah, it's New Cave time. If the anime got one thing right, it was giving Flock the best fight scene in the entire anime. I think that was probably the best thing to come out of AOT. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. I'm trying to, like, stylize it, but it has to be an actual house, so someone can live in it, is the problem. I also think it's unforgivable that AOT called a final season, called it the final season, and then made 4 of them. So it's literally on the final season part 4. Oh, I feel like I'm getting... I know I'm still on AOT. I was just struggling to articulate. I think one problem I had, personally, was that the manga was following so many threads all at the same time that it was almost hard to get invested into all of them. Where you would be learning about one country and then another country and then the secrets of the history of all the countries, but also the lore of each character individually, but also the powers of each character individually, but also, after a while, it's like I don't need 17 character arcs at the same time. I'm not saying you can't have that many character arcs, but it was paced in a way where you completely forget about something important and you gotta, like, re-educate yourself about it. You gotta, like, remember, like, what the fuck's going on? What is this place? That's it. I'm done talking about it. I know I went on a rant. It has a good intro. That's what I'll say. If I lose it all as I fall, I will never look away. It was hard. Kind of like Game of Thrones. I stopped Game of Thrones after 1 episode, so I don't know. I want some, like, cool blocks. Weird stuff. Ray, I mean, I can work with that. What a great sound. Do you pronounce it Hunter X Hunter or Hunter Hunter? I don't pronounce it anything. Because it does not reach my mouth. What are you building? I don't know. I'm just kind of placing blocks and seeing what happens. My goal with this is to make someone leave the stream. Not as a result of boredom, but as a result of frustration. And I really want to know who moves into it afterwards. Coming together. No way this works. It will. I just have to figure out what I'm doing with this. I think I have an idea, actually. I actually know exactly what I'm gonna do with this. Easy. There. Now it can be rubble. And then just be sort of fixed up afterwards. I want it to look. I want to look like a car bomb went off next to the house, and the owner just sort of haphazardly fixed it afterwards. Bald? What's bald? This is me kind of metagaming the people that want this to be an egg thing. If I intentionally make it fucked up, you can't laugh at me for accidentally fucking it up. That's kind of the mindset here. Alright, I do want it to... I want it to look like there was something in mind and it kind of got lost in translation. I feel like if I do it too random, it just becomes redundant. I want to look like 7 different people moved into this house, and they all had drastically different taste. And none of them actually had taste. My psychosis demons instructed me how to make this house. Oh, I am gonna have to go back and add some glass, but I don't quite know yet how I'm gonna do it. This is all for one NPC? You say all like it's multiple efforts. What, I'm not allowed to create lore for my world? I thought Minecraft viewers liked that, or something. To be clear, there are NPCs, so this actually is being built for a purpose. Hey, you guys want some lore? I sneezed on this tree once. Make sure to write that one down. This is great. I need to, like, get a different wood to put on the floor so it looks like this was patched with a different wood from what the house was built with. Any other funk lore? Yeah, I don't have a nose. Now that's a mystery for you. Boreal wood, okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and get sand, and I'll probably run into like a new tree while I'm out there. Oh, perfect. This mod has cool generation. I always felt like Minecraft needed more sort of rolling hills instead of just the random spikes with no sort of length at all. A lot of snow. I mean, doesn't sand still, like, spawn, like, under ponds and stuff in Terraria? And now it's a blood moon, too. Yeah. Great. Man alive. You know what I learned? Apparently Stephen Merchant has a voice acting history. But that's not the most interesting thing. That reminded me of another thing, which is that Bryan Cranston, the actor of Walter White, has multiple roles as an anime voice actor. He's done like 7 anime characters. And almost all of them you can't even find because they're so niche and dead of animes that they're just like not even public record anymore. And I spent like a day trying to find it, the clips of Bryan Cranston anime VAing. And it's probably out there. I couldn't track it down myself. But it's 100% real. Okay, this is a lost cause. Gonna keep running, hit a tree or two, and then mirror out. The first thing I was saying, though, is that Stephen Merchant, the voice actor of Wheatley, has done I don't know. I've been sort of down a rabbit hole of trying to find him acting and stuff. Because he's just one of my favorite, like, actors, voice talents in general. Comedians, really. He voiced Wheatley. He voiced a gnome in some movie about gnomes. I don't remember what the movie was. I really want to watch it. I just saw a clip of him doing, like, a best man speech at a wedding. And it was, like, absolutely fucking brutal. Romeo and Juliet. I gather it's that. Stephen Merchant is just a treasure. He's one of the 2 good parts of the Ricky Gervais show. And the second one isn't Ricky Gervais. Have you guys seen the photo of Ricky Gervais crucified on a stand-up microphone? It's art. I will say, I feel like Ricky Gervais, like, he can be genuinely funny. So, but a lot of times it's not, I don't know if it's the intended way. Oh yeah, it said, like, atheist as a caption. And he was crucified on a stand-up microphone. I'm learning that there was a photo shoot with multiples of these. But this is what I'm referring to. Apparently that was like a magazine cover on The Humanist, I think. No, I do think the Ricky Gervais show is great, and Ricky does provide a really good sort of antagonistic role on it, where he just heckles Carl, and Steven gets to be sort of the straight man telling him to shut up. I do think he has, like, good comedic timing. He's talented, absolutely, but yeah. I watched his last stand-up show, and it just felt like a lot of... You can't say this, but I'm gonna say it anyways, and then it's that joke 40 times. Alright. So I think I'm gonna use the rich mahogany for the floor. And that should provide a good, egregious contrast to the other wood. Funk, should I go back to ATL for Dragon Con this year? I went in 2019. Check what is gonna be at Dragon Con. I don't know if I would fly out for Dragon Con. I go because I can drive there. Or I can, like, MARTA there. But I don't know. There hasn't been standout events in a while. Unless you count the line to get into the shopping district, in which case it's very standout. It's standing outside in a line for 10 minutes. But most of it is just panels and signings and stuff. So it depends on if there's someone there. I thought the standout joke was funny, but to each their own. It's a blood moon. There's really no point to trying to build in it. And they don't drop items either, so not even really a point to fighting. Oh, fuck! Note to self, I mirrored out of the hole. I didn't climb out. X-ray. Kind of multitasking here. Oh yeah, I have the miner's helmet now, so I don't have to stop quite as much. I think that's why I didn't rope back up. Yeah, if you know people going to Dragon Con, that's another good reason. But, like, none of my friends ever go to Dragon Con. They probably go to, like, PAX East. The thing is, most of my friends go to the West stuff, but they don't go to the East stuff. So PAX East is a no-go, and we don't have anything else. Dragon Con's just the biggest convention in Atlanta. It doesn't have a central theme. It's all nerd stuff. So if you've ever been to, I don't know, South by Southwest, PAX, you know, any kind of convention, an anime convention, a comic convention, it's like that, but just an all-in-one. So if you're interested in a piece of media, there's probably someone talking about it at Dragon Con, essentially. From Atlanta? I'm from Marietta. I've lived like 15 minutes from Atlanta before, but I've never really been an an AT-alien. AT-alien? I like the city. A little boring, but... Yeah, I mean, it's also a long event. It's not like 2 days. It usually goes like a week long, like 5 days through the weekend. Nice. Just for safe measure, I'm gonna kind of rack that up with rope. Lot of mushroom. Oh, this is it. I'm like, okay, a big ol' new biome cave. It's just a mushroom room. How could they develop entire mushroom dungeons, but they didn't create slabs in the mod. Damn, 2 for 1. Mushroom. Oh, boo. Boo. I'm only doing that to try and find a worm. This might be my last dungeon for the night. Or cave for the night. Kavusi. It might just be like a depth thing, because I'm noticing the deeper I go, the more like complex caves I find. And it's just like all the ones at the surface are dead ends. I feel like there's a big difference between what you and me said. Cat. I get the impression it's really not relying much on the Minecraft generation. Because caves don't usually form this way. Hills don't form the way they do. It seems like a pretty tactical overhaul. But what do I know? Nah, nothing. Okay, I might just run back up, finish that house, see what NPC spawns, and not cave again for today. This is the new cave gen, not an overhaul? Oh. Is it? I haven't played updated Minecraft enough to really know that, so I'll take your word for it. Well, damn. I guess they really didn't touch the generation then. That would... Actually, no, that wouldn't really make sense, because that's 1.18, and this is 1.12. So, unless it's backwards compatible? I'm also noticing no stalagmite-tites. So, I feel like you're, beefing me right now. What did you gain from that? I believed you. You've just, like... You just... harmed my trust in people. in Twitch chat, which was previously very high. Thanks, Coco. Cool cave. Nothing in it. There was a big drop I ignored. When I circle back, call it out. But I'm just walking where I see. I get this every once in a while, but I didn't put the Lunchbox mixtape on Spotify, so the playlist is someone else's. I can't put it up there because they're not my songs, aside from Good Life cover, and honestly, that was made so many years ago, I don't know. It would feel weird as the first thing I put on my Spotify. It's not really, like, I know you have to pay money to host on Spotify, that's not even really the reason. I don't know. A part of me thinks, like, yeah, it should be on Spotify, but if I did that, I would want to, like, remake it with a bit more of a cleaned up mix. But I also, I don't know if that's, like, best use of my time right now. I don't want to, like, I don't want to milk the cow dry, so to speak, so I'm kind of just letting it be what it is and was. But I agree. I think in a perfect world, it would be on Spotify. And, I mean, I'll definitely have a official one at some point for my stuff, but right now it's just haven't jumped the hoops yet. Is this grass or like a funny blue grass? Mud block? It's just mud. Someone said I missed a pit. Would you be able to direct me to it? 'Cause I feel like I've gone everywhere in this cave. Blue? This? I've been down here. This just ropes back to, like, that little rift that I already walked. I mean, I can double check the lowest point, but I've already been down here. Yeah, it's dead end. No. Oh, I can make some fancy doors now. I'm remembering I couldn't get as much glass as I wanted. Red stucco. Stucco? It looks like insulator. It looks like wall meat. Wall flesh. Okay. And then Richwood the floor. Richwood sounds like the name of the most insufferable person you would ever meet. My dad bought me a second dad. He's actually very progressive. This doesn't feel like the most effective way to do this. It feels cursed, breaking grass with a pickaxe, but I promise this is like the best I can do. What the fuck? Okay. If I wanted pink wood, I would have just stuck my cock. I can't. I would have just stuck my cock in jello. I was gonna say wall flesh, but I didn't know if that would scan as well. Pinkwood sounds like the insufferable sister of Richwood. Step sister? I haven't checked if hardcore exists in this. I don't see why I wouldn't. I don't remember enabling emote only mode, but go off. As long as you're having fun. And still feel like I should utilize this wood a bit more. Like, almost make it look unfinished. Like they started fixing a wall and then they just gave up. I'm gonna do something really evil, and I'm gonna use blue torches. And then one red torch. This is terrible. And then toss that in. This is actually like roomier than my house, now that I'm looking at it. This is too good for an NPC. Another blood moon. Someone needs to, you know what NASA needs? A couple of vampires. That'll put an end to this. Can't make doors over here. So the joke there was that a vampire would be an astronaut, and the astronaut vampire would go to the blood moon and then suck it. So the joke here is, well, that's the joke. Also furniture. The joke. You have to understand, I've been streaming since 2018, and I'm very used to my jokes just, like, going dead air. So I habitually just explain it. Because I think nobody knows what the fuck I was saying. So I have to unlearn explaining. You're right though. I don't disagree with you. I was gonna make other chairs to put on with that table. Huh. Okay, I feel like this is a house. I feel like someone could live here. I don't know if I'm missing anything. I don't have a glass panel to put up there, unfortunately. That'd be like a good chandelier, though. With one missing. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I could improve this just to make it a bit more obvious what the inspiration is. Make it really look like sort of a fixed up house. So I'm gonna try a few things here. A floor rug would be nice. I feel like this would actually work well if I just replaced the purple banisters with something a bit more friendly. Alright, hey there, Swooser. I'm almost thinking of, like, just doing a different pattern on each corner. Like, they couldn't decide. Like, they got to every corner. And, like, they got a corner done a week, but every week the workers got shifted around. And none of them were told how to decorate it. The thing is, they instantly moved into the other house, but they still haven't moved in yet. I know in normal Terraria, you can check if it's, like, livable space. It, like, tells you, but it's not telling me anything. I can't make a rug yet. I can probably run home and make a silk rug or something. Or at least a couch. Maybe I could fake a rug. Oh, golden sword. Nah. Okay, so sofas. Banisters. Yeah. No rugs. God, a mushroom sofa? That's going too far. Maybe a mahogany one. Match the floor. And 2 doors. Or 2 chairs. I don't like that suggestion you just gave me. That's so fucked up. That is evil. There's so much wrong with this. And it's facing away from the door. I have to, like, check to make sure there's not a hole in the house that's preventing it from being considered livable space. Seems good. I mean, what else could they possibly want? Good. Maybe it's too big.
And they were roommates.
Just vibing. Okay. It's fine. Hey, do you have a... You don't by chance have a third bed? Or one bed at all? I don't want to be in here with these people. Well, it was nice. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here. Because it's 11:20. It's a blood moon. Well, I don't want to wait this out. I just have some more plans tonight. I'm gonna call it here. But it's a good mod. I'm hoping maybe I encounter some more interesting stuff. I think next stream I'm just gonna fight the suspicious eye. I don't have time to commit to that tonight. But yeah, I want to get as far as I can with this before I don't know, playing real Terraria or something. So yeah. That's it. I know some people were saying, like, wouldn't it just be more fun to play Terraria itself? I like Minecraft, I just always wish it had a bit more. So I've been playing this to kind of see what that would be like. It's definitely more interesting. It's a bit harder to, like, have fun building because it's just... You can't skip the night right now, I don't think. Either way, it's fun. I'm gonna play more of it. My stream schedule is every Tuesday and Friday. I'm committing to that for a little bit until I get further on my next video. But you'll probably see me sooner. Probably not tomorrow, maybe Sunday or Monday. Definitely next Tuesday, though. I don't know if it'll be Terraria. Maybe I'll switch it up and play something else. But if you subbed, chatted, lurked, anything at all, thank you genuinely. If you just posted emotes because you don't realize it's not emote mode, that's fine too. Yeah. So that's it. Thank you again. Live long and well, everybody. And if you want to know when I'm live, I got a Twitter. If you want to participate in my community, I have a Discord. If you want to find meaning with your life, I suggest looking inwards. And that's it. Live long and well. See ya.